Getting ourselves started right here. Those of you on YouTube, you can just jump ahead to 5 minutes if you're watching a replay of this, since you know, I gotta get everything set up. Alright. And taking out my water means I should just refill this because I went and I water before the end of the night. There was a lot of dialogue. I'm going to be doing a lot of talking in this game. Twist my toe as I was just walking like that. My body aches, my body hurts. Alright, we're ready to get started. Finally ready to start. As the ads are over. Alright, what kind of tattoos are we going to give our guy? Maybe we should give our guy all the tattoos. Augmentations are only on. Hey, he's going to get augmentations also. Wait, what? That. We gotta give him the Mark of Chaos. Wait, is that an arm still? Would that just give it to him? These are all arm tattoos. Yeah, these are all arms. Honestly, having stacking tattoos makes a whole lot of sense. Oh, that's down at the bottom. Bet you can't reposition them. We had something else there. Yeah, I actually like that look a lot. Just gotta do something here. Wait, what? Dude, what happened to all my tattoos now? I'm like going click happy and then they all just disappeared. Like, wait, what? Yo! What is good? We're creating our character. I see you here, alt account, and I'm all here for it. I need your help on which portrait you think fits for a heretic. And I've got options, willing to go male or female. I'll let you pick. Just think, I'm a filthy heretic who worships chaos. You know nothing? You know nothing about Warhammer? To be honest, male? Okay. I got male portraits. I got male heretics for you. Then to pick out. Means I can keep tattooing this guy up like this. Okay, so portraits. Well, here are options. This is number 1. Number 2. number 3, 4, 5. So 1 through 5. If you need to see any again, say 2, 3, and 5. 2. And my guy is going to be a melee fighter. Or 5. 2. 2 it is. There you go. Wait, actually, we had one here. That's kind of what he is anyway. In that. You want back tats? There's only one back tat. There's only one back tat, and it's the equivalent shield. We could put a skull on his forehead. I don't know why, but he keeps like undoing the tattoos every now and then. Skull be cool. Yeah, apparently if you go too hard on the tattoos, it like undoes them. It's weird. So let's go skull on the forehead. And on the side of the head. We'll go double skull. And a couple arm sleeves. I think it's because I'm trying to layer the arm sleeves and it's not liking that. I think that's what it is. So we'll just do that, and then when I click away, it should be fine. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's because I was trying to layer them. Now here, we can give him cybernetics on his face. We just gotta find one that makes him look like a ball. Giving them the good old Perturabo Angron. Nails in the skull. I don't want to give him like make it look like he had a broken nose. Like, I think the steel nose looks kind of lame. Yeah, this one or the 2. Yeah, no, not the nose. The nose looks kind of dumb. Family game night. Oh, no, you're good, man. You're good. Dude, so tomorrow afternoon, we are gonna, or I am at least. I don't like any of these. We'll just stick with the ones inside the head here. We'll add this stuff. Make it look even better. Let me finish making my character. And then, go over stuff.
Let chaos paint the stars red. Through chaos I stride. Whispers guide my hand.
The destination.
Ruinous fate.
This could be an opportunity.
Empyrean, take this sacrifice.
Okay, we have the voice. We have the voice. So this is our character. Now we're going to go melee. Now this is the more... If you know the systems, you'll know what you're looking for here. I'm probably just going to be a death world. Because strength, toughness, agility, that's everything I like. Agility is the hit, strength is damage. Um, it also allows you to use heavier weapons. Agility is going to be your dodge, bypass, dodge reduction. Yeah. And then toughness is HP. The thing is it's not just a stat stick for each of these alt account. It's also you gain special talents that you can take when you level up in this game. It's like Death World. You start off with Survival Instinct, which gives you like a second chance when you're like when you drop to a third health, you gain 20% of your health as a HP shield. And then you have access to these also. And then you have access to like 5 other different things. Voidborn, you're going to gain bonuses to luck, bonuses to dodge, as well as other stuff. I'm pretty sure we're just going to do this. And then some of these don't give you stat sticks, don't give you stats like Death World. Like you see here, we get stats, we get some less stats, we get less stats. What up, Shinobi? But once you get to the Forge World, wait, stop! We got a new Ninja Gaiden game and the Video Game Awards. No stats is insane. That's because what you call it? That's because their talents are that good. Like my first playthrough, I did Imperial World. The features are that good. Dude, nothing bad with TD. Yeah, select any stat and give yourself a +10. So instead of getting 2 or 3 +5s and 2 -5s, you just get to give yourself a +10 to anything. Forge World, or which one was it? Yeah, see a lot of these like you get bonuses and negatives. This is like no, you're just better. You're just built different if you're from the Imperium. So we're going to go Death World. We don't need brains. That'll be for somebody else. And then here you get combat abilities. So it's almost like you have. Think about it in terms of D&D, like your homeworld was your race, your racial bonuses, and then you have combat racial stuff, which is your. This isn't even class. Origin is like a secondary racial. This is like the first one thing about it for attributes for D&D. This is for your skills. You're gonna have bonuses too. Ballistic skill is going to be guns. So if you're an Astra Militarum, you get a special ability. Let's see. Them and all their allies gain bonus perception percentage damage to enemies adjacent to you. So if I was doing like a mix of ranged and melee, I would be able to make it so if I ran into the middle of a group of enemies, all my other party members would deal bonus damage to them. And then they also have a set of unique talents that you can learn. Your next melee attack marks the enemy. Any ally who kills the marked enemy gets an extra attack. All allies gain +1 MP, AP and 3 movement for 1 round. Mark an enemy, ally kills it. They gain an extra turn with an extra attack. There's just an almost full extra turn. And that does give you melee. This is probably going to be what I take, to be honest. the stuff as a commissar, which is like a general or a commander in terms of regular military. Crime lord is not going to be us. This is going to be for intelligence-based character. Dude, we could make an evil priest. We can make a priest of the Imperium who turns to evil. Wouldn't that be a kick in the gonads? we used to, we'd be like a word bearer. This is if you want to make yourself like a evil, make yourself a word bearer. You can go Ministorum and then heretic. For 1 round, everyone around you gets a bonus damage reduction. Mark an ally and make them your servant. Anytime an ability affects the servant, anytime you use an ability that affects the servant gains +5 to all their stats until the start of your next turn. Anytime the servant attacks targets that target you, they are. Goose, good. I don't think my messages came in. I read you loud and clear, alt account. Don't you worry. Unless you had other messages. That I might have missed if you had other messages. Yeah, I think we're gonna be a commissar. Although I'll say this, I might be a noble just for the swag. Just saying, I might be a noble just for the swag. Servant kills a target that the noble dealt damage to. Noble gains +1 AP. If noble uses an ability on servant gains +1 AP. Does not stack with itself. The servant gains a bonus +2 to movement. If the servant has less than 1/3 health, then you can designate a new servant and remove the effects of the previous one. That's actually kind of funny. Noble and servant are next to each other at the start of the noble's turn. They both gain an HP shield equal to the servant's toughness, or the noble's fellowship, whichever is higher. When the commissar is next to an enemy, all their allies, all the commissar's allies gain a bonus to resolve. The commissar kills the target at all costs. They can use it again at 0 AP. So far, he cool. It looks like captain. Okay. Alt account. I'm up in the air. I know that Commissar, stat-wise, will be a little bit better. Aesthetic-wise, hear me out. Aesthetic-wise, we go this, or go this. Just saying, man. Just saying. Right? I'm just saying. Now, our greatest triumph. Our origin triumph. What were we most known for? Were we the apex of brilliance with the silver tongue? Able to stop a feudal war from ever happening? Were we a business tycoon? Able to work around the law for money? Or were we really good at interrogating people and destroyed the rival house's reputation and had his family members exiled from the sector of the galaxy? I feel like if we're going to Heretic, we gotta crush the rival house. I'm making the call on that one. Now, what shame do we have? Did we discover a mysterious tomb in our family library that exacted a terrible toll on our mind? Are we a bastard? Are we an illegitimate child of our fathers? Or were we kidnapped for ransom and beaten up by our captors? I'm up in the air between number one and number two. Found, found forbidden knowledge. A blasphemous text. Or just being a bastard. I'm kind of leaning the grim text, forbidden knowledge, because we know the truth of the Imperium. That's what it's gonna be. We know the truth, the seedy underbelly of the Imperium. We understand it. Ooh, they added stuff. They added classes. Hold up. I thought these are your actual classes. When the game launched, there were 4. They added a 5th here. So the way your levels work is your first 15 levels, you're whichever class you pick, and then based on the class you pick, you can become one of the prestige classes from the next tier. And then once you hit level 36 on, the first 2 classes kind of combine, so that way you can learn abilities that you weren't able to learn before, and you have access to other abilities on top of that. So I was gonna be a warrior, but I want to see what this blade dancer is. I'm curious about this. Swift Deli man. Because I mean, like, not gonna lie, the blade dancer could become everything I'd want to be anyway. For the second tier, so I don't have to look at that yet. They can sacrifice a part of their health to enhance close combat abilities. Prefer to avoid enemy attacks either by parry, dodging, or quickly repositioning before an enemy counterattacks. They even have the ability to parry ranged attacks. Ooh! Ooh, we can Jedi Knight this shit. Or I guess Sith Lord this. We can be Vader. Guys, we can make Vader. I think I already know what I'm gonna be. Make an agility 2 plus agility bonus divided by 4 melee attacks at random targets, including allies, adjacent to the blade dancer, each dealing 50% normal damage. It's a melee burst attack that does not count towards attack limit per turn. Can only be used with a sword equipped. If 2 swords are equipped, you make double the attacks essentially. No, less than double. But with each, yeah, double. About double. Okay, and then Death above. Blade Dancer leaps into the air and lands on the selected cell. Upon landing, they deal agility plus will save. I think that's will save. No, that's not will save. Weapon skill. Weapons. WS's weapon skill. That's right. Upon landing, they deal their agility bonus plus weapon skill damage to all adjacent enemies. Leap can be made to any unoccupied cell within a 3-cell radius of their line of sight. Does not provoke attacks of opportunity. They cannot jump to a cell that is inaccessible in combat. Can be used multiple times per turn, but each use requires a charge to be spent. They gain 1 charge's ability each time they kill a target, excluding kills made with death from above. You're back here. I am looking at the abilities of the new class that was not available when the game launched. And hey, at least it's not my unit that's dying right now. That's a plus. Definitely a plus. Blade Dancer uses a death from above against an enemy target without spending a charge. Immediately makes a melee attack against that enemy. The Blade Dancer repeats this combination up to 2 plus agility bonus divided by 3 against random available targets. It is impossible to use death from above. Blade Dancer can only make a melee attack against a random available enemy. The same enemy. I found out what happened to mine last night. What ended up happening, because, like, remember, like, my bitrate was randomly dropping to 0 for, like, 30 seconds, just enough to interrupt the stream. I was doing that, like, every 10 minutes. When the technician came out this morning, the line that went from the curb to the side of the house to where it went into the box to create the coax cable, that line, this guy looked at it, he was like, this is like porous, this line. It is so degraded, the best way to describe it is porous. And I was like, so it got shorted, which when that line gets shorted, the signal that hits the modem then like bricks the modem. Yeah. So we're going to be this Blade Dancer. Secondary skills are going to be toughness and strength. Agility is good because agility is being able to hit the enemy anyway. So weapon skill and agility we're going to be like an evasion tank kind of. Otherwise we'd be going this, being able to just run down the enemy with a charge. Strength, toughness, or weapon skill and toughness instead of weapon skill agility. So we're going to go Blade Dancer. And then we can set this up anyway. Oh yeah, we're going to do this because the way this game works is it's increments of 10 that you get to. So you want to put everything at an even number like this. So that way it's a +4 bonus instead of a +3, you know. Whether we're at 40 or 45 in terms of combat, it's not going to play as big a factor. In terms of what you call it, your skills, it plays a little bit of a factor, but not really. And then we go perception, because perception reduces the enemy's ability to dodge our attacks. I mean, Fellowship is actually really good too, but we'll get some. We have literally a negative to Fellowship from the Death World. You know what? We need weapon skill. Hang on, we gotta. There we go. We almost neglected our ability to actually connect with our melee weapons. That would have been embarrassing. We're actually gonna take toughness down here. Do it this way. We just won't get hit. It'll be that easy, guys. We just won't get hit. We'll be that good. And we're playing on daring difficulty, so that's gonna be a thing. Yeah, weapon skill was actually more important because it increases our parry chance and reduces enemy parry chance. And then we're gonna take our pre-order ship. Our pre-order ship. And we are going to rename it. Yes! Arsh, that is a great name. Calamity's Promise. That is a heretic ship name, if I ever heard one. I'm gonna randomize the name because I'm horrible at coming up with names, especially names of a heretic. Like, I am open to suggestions. If someone was an evil, heretical name, I'm all ears. Hmm. Try to think of heretic names that I know of that I could riff off of. Yeah, we can go with Cain. Canarox. There we go. Can of Rocks. Because we have no intelligence. I wasn't thinking about that, I just thought that name sounded cool, but yeah, Can of Rocks. I can see that. I was thinking Kane, what sounds cool from Kane's? Oh, that's how I came up with subtitles. That's actually okay. Fair enough. Done in by Google Translate. For shame on me. We get done in by Google Translate of all things. How about this Zeverex? Google Translate will probably say something else about that. It somehow got that one right. Dude, there are three E's only separated by one consonant each, and it got Zeverex. I mean, okay. You put an A in the middle? That probably. Who am I to argue? Oh, but Vilmir, either tomorrow afternoon or Saturday afternoon, are you available? Dude, I'm a visionary beyond all measure. Yeah, I got 233 subscriptions for the month of December. Let's go. I'm still in shock. Like I'm still in shock from that, dude.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here.
We're a
Mesmerizing,
double
wouldn't you
on
say?
Saturday, a little
An impeccable
TARDIS chair.
manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
Okay. Maybe one night during the week, if you want to. I'm checking out how I don't want to say popular, how populated the server is, because there's one server. It's like a dedicated server, the Warhammer Online Return of Reckoning, which was the old Warhammer Age of Reckoning that modders picked up and are running completely free for people, and they're adding content to it. You can support them by funding their Patreon. So tomorrow afternoon, I'm doing a collaboration with Tavares, and we're going to be. I was just seeing if you were available, if you wanted to join us. Gonna be playing the Lion Knight. I'm hoping the game actually is pretty like populated. It's on a European server, so hopefully the latency isn't too terrible.
My apologies. I did not seek you out to pester you with unwanted attention. Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voigtveer, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencias. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
I have no intention of. You know what? Are we going to like try and be as subversive as we can, or as pompous as we can? I feel like being pompous when, like, you know who I am. Call me your lordship or else. Just be like, yeah, I'm not even gonna talk to you. You may call me your grace.
My deepest respects to you, Your Grace. A noble of the Imperium. It's been a long time since Providence last brought such eminent guests aboard this vessel.
And obviously, if anybody doesn't understand a term, just write the term you don't understand with a question mark, and I will explain it for you.
I will be frank with you. You may forget your past titles, no matter who gave them to you, or what their origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your
Because I don't know
fate
who knows
changed.
anything about Warhammer
You now
40k.
serve Lord
Um,
Captain Theodora von Valencias, and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with her ladyship. Bear it with honor.
and actually, I'll make it easier. Do you know? Do you know anything, or do you know like next to nothing about Warhammer 40k alt? Are you familiar or not familiar with Warhammer 40k lore? Yeah, a refresher would help. I honestly don't mind. I will nerd out and talk about Warhammer 40k for like 10 hours straight. Yeah, okay. Let's cut to the chase. Why are you wasting my time,
But
dude?
of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't
You remember the
yet
Space
had an
Marines? Okay,
opportunity to
they
speak.
are
It has
in
been an
this
arduous
game
voyage thus far.
in Act 3. So they're like a good 30 to 50 hours in.
The Lord Captain and Master Edelthrad von Valencias are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
Let's seize the opportunity.
This game does a good job about yeah, I see that. This game does a good job about keeping the power scaling in check. So like we are a human. A human is nowhere near as strong as a space marine.
I tread a path unexplored.
Yeah.
One
And the
of
game makes you
von
feel it,
Valencia's
so.
trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your audience with the Lord Captain.
Which, speaking of Space Marines, if you liked like the old Gears of War games from the Xbox days, the Xbox 360 days, Space Marine 2 is absolutely phenomenal. I'm always willing to play Space Marine 2 with people.
Run! The servitors have gone berserk!
So,
Let us
what a
savor the
servitor
coming storm.
is any person who is too incompetent at their job, or did something to piss a person of higher ranking off, or a criminal that they feel like could be redeemed, have had a frontal lobotomy and taken any autonomy away from them, and they're essentially like almost like living robots that can do menial tasks that they're told to do, like as basic menial tasks as they're told to do. So they're essentially like trapped in their people trapped in their own bodies.
Purpose guides me. I will triumph. Purpose guides me.
And weapons have a half range and a max range in this. So that's why you saw that one square difference was the difference between having a 45% chance to hit and a 75% chance to hit.
For the glory of the Imperium!
Disgusting to believe
What
on a day like this.
suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
Now, the term rogue trader, unless you know a lot about Warhammer lore, is not a term you will have come across typically. What rogue traders are pretty much from the year 30,000, when the Emperor was going on his Grand Crusade. He wrote these like imperial writ almost mandates and gave them to different specific bloodlines, and the mandates are written with the Emperor's blood, so they have both his blessing and like his power within these doctrines that the rogue traders have, that the rogue trader's will is seen as the will of the Emperor. Like, they're almost supposed to be given not the same deference, but close to it. Like, technically, rogue traders don't need to answer to the Inquisition, but they do, but they don't. But the Inquisition gets pissy if they don't, so they don't want to be on bad terms with the Inquisition. But they're almost on equal footing, just about, with the Inquisition in terms of authority. Inquisition technically can't mandate what they do. Technically. So they go out to the outreaches of the galaxy and rule how they see fit, but it's all with the blessing of the God Emperor. Goes all in furtherance of mankind.
I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
Powers unseen uncover my path.
Oh no, Fear's acting up again! That was not good. I hope you don't have what I was having.
Intriguing.
That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora. Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic
If
suicide.
if you need me to repeat
Practically an
anything,
admission of
Alt, just let
heresy.
me know.
Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation. No worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Ion 6, Edelthrad?
What is this? Is this someone from your retinue, Theodora? Do you permit your people to interrupt your conversations in such a fashion?
I give that permission to those with something of substance to say. Let us see if it was worth it. This is the second candidate for the title of my successor. Step forward.
So this is the rogue trader. Theodora is the current rogue trader. And what it is that you're not her direct child, but you carry the same blood that she does. And so she's looking for a successor because she has no children of her own. So she sought out people she thought was worthy that also have the same bloodline that she has to take over
Consider
her
this
role.
hypothetical situation. Ion 6. A new world on the fringes of the Coronus expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crew sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure?
Like, a good way to think about it, Alt, is like, you know how in the Dark Ages and the Middle Ages, the monarchs would say that they're ruling through the will of God, that because they were born into the monarch's bloodline, that they were chosen by God to rule. For rogue traders, that is literally the case. That because of their blood, the God Emperor of mankind puts his blessing forth through them, that they can interact with the writ of trade to be able to rule and carry out orders in the God Emperor's name. And also when you're doing rolls, sometimes you see how it says like just lore Xenos succeeded, lore warp succeeded. If you have, there is no chance of rolling an at 1 in this game and failing. If you want me to go lore warp? Okay. If you would succeed by a chance that's like almost next to impossible, it's just like, okay, you just succeed. You don't have to worry
Fair,
about failing the
but
roll.
presumptuous. It took me a great deal to find one psyker who could serve me well for many years. Yet you speak of several.
Okay. Psyker. Think Psyker. Psyker equals mages. Psyker equals wizard. There's more to it, but that's the basic gist for now.
Sanctioned psychers are rare and valuable instruments of the Golden Throne. Or do you suggest that we use heretics, who are an offense to the God Emperor's light? It would be rather careless of you to utter such profanity in the presence of his faithful servants.
And there's a difference between a sanctioned psyker and an unsanctioned psyker. And when I come into the reason why, there's another term I'll explain, which I'll dovetail psychers into that. I find your tone most disagreeable, Elthrad. Kindly alter the manner in which you address me, or you'll live to regret the consequences.
Well, I find your company disagreeable, and yet I'm forced to endure such.
Edelthrad, I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me then why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officer's deck, instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview.
Did I like analyzing it?
I beg
Oh,
your
I'm sorry. I
forgiveness,
didn't
Lady
mean to
Theodora.
pick too quickly.
Your presence has such a
I didn't
profound
think.
effect on
I
me
didn't
that I
realize you
well
were
forgot the
analyzing
time.
the choices there. My bad.
So, why are you here?
Why am I here? Was it not you who sent for me? Or do you got questions for her? I think you were gifted a sub, so you won't be getting this ad coming in. Second one.
You are direct. I approve. But you will have to
Yeah,
wait.
yeah. You don't have to worry
There
about
is
the incoming
something I
ad
want
all
you to
because you were gifted a
understand
sub.
first. My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo of Scaris. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity. And my rights and freedoms
Yes, the Mechanicum
are
was able to
vindicated
fix
by
by
a
Aranet.
most
They were both
sacred
expedient,
relic. The
used
warrant
incenses,
of trade kept aboard this very
and gave the
vessel.
blessing of the Emperor,
Mine is
of
the
the
honor to
Omnissiah.
venture into the darkness, beyond the Imperium, and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign, and bow death and ruin to us all.
Yeah. So, in this game, if you were to get this game, if there is a specific piece of jargon, that's what's highlighted in this orange text that if you mouse over it, it gives you a description of what the term means. So you don't need to know any Warhammer 40k lore in order to play this game without getting lost. So anything that's Warhammer specific terms gets highlighted to give you a definition. So the God Emperor is the Emperor of Mankind. They're the same person. He is also known as the Corpse Emperor. The Warrant of Trade is that sacred document I was telling you about.
It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon. Resources, people, riches, and mysteries.
Yeah,
Is
Owlcat's
mine
really
by
good about
right.
that. They do that
I
for
command millions
Pathfinder
of
Wrath of the
lives,
Righteous
rule over
as
numerous
well.
planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you are one of those with von Valancius blood in their veins and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes.
And so this game is turn-based combat. The previous game, Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, you could do it as real-time with pause or turn-based or mix it as you go along. Ready to take on this sacred purpose. We don't want to sound like a cautious little bitch in front of the rogue trader.
Oh yes, you would be, wouldn't you? The question is, am I ready to choose you over the rest? You came
It depends on
aboard
how
hours
combat's set up.
before the warp jump,
Hello,
and have not yet
Topo.
distinguished yourself
How you
in
doing,
any
man?
way. As things currently stand, I have doubts that you are suitable for the role of rogue trader.
We are starting our playthrough of Rogue Trader. This is my second playthrough. I'm doing wonderful. If you are not familiar with the Warhammer universe, and there's a term that comes up, I will be explaining in terms of a term I explained before. You weren't here for that. Just write the term with a question mark, and I'll explain the term for you.
Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer
I'm
of a
letting
warrant
chat
of
kind
trade.
of pick options.
Nonetheless, your abilities and
Just
talents
watch
may
the Game
yet
Award.
prove useful.
I heard
If
some
not for the
good
role
stuff
of Lord
about the Game
Captain,
Awards.
then for that of their
I
closest
heard some
ally.
good stuff.
Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Kunrad Voitvir served me for many years before he made his mistake.
This is over. From Software announced a second DLC for Elden Ring, didn't they? I saw. That's why my stream started a little bit late. I saw Shadow of the Erdtree second DLC. Uh, half the games shown were anime. Oh, it was a standalone game. Yeah, but the first DLC was called Elden Ring Shadows of the Erdtree. That's how it was introduced. I don't mind. I watch anime. I don't mind anime style games. It could go either way for me. It just depends on the game itself. I saw Witcher 4 announced, where you play as Ciri. That looked promising. Shinobi said that there was a new Ninja Gaiden game coming out. That sounds awesome. Yeah, the Witcher 4 trailer was solid. The Witcher 4 trailer was absolutely solid. I like hearing that there's another Elden Ring, whether it's a game or another DLC. I like hearing that. Oh, I didn't hear about Kami 2. I only watched little bits and pieces because I had to do other stuff. Had to take care of some things. Oh, yeah, I won't hate on anybody. Like, I played Okami 1. I liked Okami 1. I thought it was fun. So, I'd be interested to see what Okami 2 looks like. You gotta remember, everybody has different tastes and preferences. Well, you might not have been excited or stoked about it. That could have just come out of left field and just dazzled somebody who loved the first game. You know? Yeah, the fact that it's like, who was waiting for Okami 2? That could be like a, they announced a what now? It's one of those. Just like when they announced Ninja Gaiden, weren't expecting that to be announced. I'm sorry, did we get another Ninja Gaiden? They didn't abandon and forget about that IP? What? That sounds fantastic.
His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours. Nonetheless, he does bear the name von Valancius, even if he avoids using it publicly and, as such, strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. That door, however, is closed to him. Voitvir's performance in his current role is satisfactory. Or it used to be, at least.
Oh, you're saying they might have been hyping it up? You're screaming Bloodborne? I think everybody would have been screaming for Bloodborne too. Especially since PlayStation and From Software got an even closer relationship
Naturally.
now.
Some have yet to arrive on board, but you have had the pleasure of meeting one of them. Ethelthrad may be somewhat disconcerted by the scale of the responsibilities that may potentially
In all fairness,
fall
Okami
upon his
1
shoulders.
was ridiculously
However,
popular.
I have a good feeling about him as a candidate. Impatience. I am rather fond of impatient people. They are not as quick to resign themselves to circumstance and more eager to show initiative. Even if I do choose Ethelthrad as my successor, I will still require loyal advisors.
Was
The
there
skills
Okami
and knowledge you
for the Wii?
acquired in your former life
Like,
may prove
if it's the game I'm thinking
invaluable
about, it was for the
here in
Wii.
the Coronis expanse. Your noble descent is a sign that power lives in your very flesh and blood. You would never doubt your words or actions. Never show weakness. Never let an involuntary gesture or a careless word betray your fears or agitation. At least, if your upbringing was as thorough as mine was in my time. Many will
I hope they do.
grovel at your feet. Governors, commanders, highborn navigators, conceited lords. And you cannot allow them to sense weakness in the one who stands above them.
Okay, so navigators. This is a Warhammer 40k specific term. So typically, if a human has some type of physical abnormality to them, they are what's called a mutant. And physical abnormalities are signs of chaos affecting the body. And so there's very, very, very strict rules about what's acceptable and what's not. And strict tests are carried out by the Inquisition if anybody has any type of physical abnormality to see if they have chaos taint in them. If they do, then they're killed. What navigators are is navigators are a bloodline of mutants recognized by the Imperium with no chaos taint. They were actually created specifically by the God Emperor to navigate through space travel. They have 3 eyes. They look kind of weird. The game will explain them in great detail what they look like down the road. But yeah, they allow void ships to travel through inner space.
Moreover,
Travel.
your courage has made you far more famous than you yourself probably realize. True feats of heroism will forever live on in the annals of the Imperium and bring honor to the von Valancius line.
Which, by the way, I'm just going to throw this out there. The PNG model I'm having made is going to be a Warhammer 40k themed, and it is one of the sanctioned mutant variants that are allowed in the Imperium. Yeah, it's it's going to be a mix of Warhammer 40k and Neo 2, the model. But like it skirts the line, so it's technically still lore accurate for Warhammer 40k, but it's going to have a lot of it's going to have some Neo 2 influence there. We're skirting the line of Heresy. You know, just like our good friend Belisarius Call. So the warp. They just mentioned the warp. Warp is how they use their stellar travel. It's also a lot more complicated than that. It's almost like a secondary dimension. So unlike light speed or hyperspeed that Star Wars and Star Trek use, Heresy, we are going to be a heretic. I mean, we are going to be a heretic, so that makes sense. You know, we're having fun. It's called fan art for a reason. But no, technically there is a mutant subline, just like they have the Ogren and the Rattlers. There is a mutant subline called the Felinids, which are cat people. There are cat people legitimately in the 40k universe. They're not as widespread and popular as the Rattlers and the Ogren, but they do exist. So the warp is how they do interstellar travel. They essentially go into a second dimension and then pop out on the other side. And they can only do it through the will of the God Emperor. He literally puts out like a beacon, like a North Star, into the warp that navigators can see and use and interact with to travel through the warp to get to the destination where they're supposed to be. It is very unsafe to do.
Is that so? Perhaps the technomats were careless during maintenance. Or it could be the warp playing tricks on us in spite of the Gellerfield. Or perhaps there is something to all the stories about the ship being possessed after all.
Lady Theodora, for the God Emperor's sake, surely you do not intend to start repeating idle rumors spread about by uneducated riffraff.
Enough, Abelard. Such hearsay amuses me. Idira eagerly retells me everything she learns from the whispers of her unseen advisors. This ship is thousands of years old. It has enough hidden nooks, malfunctioning cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folks speak of specters dwelling inside the bulkheads and plotting against those who yet live.
So, a cogitator. Something about 40k universe you need to know. There is no such thing as virtual intelligence. There is no such thing as abominable intelligence. If you see AI being, or artificial intelligence, if you see AI being used, AI does not stand for artificial intelligence. AI stands for abominable intelligence. Because AI is an abomination. And they make it very clear. So anytime there's a computer interface, there's no hard drive behind that that's running that computer console. Like, they have kind of hard drives, but anything that requires more than like Windows 2000, um, there is a human attached to it, and they use a human brain, like still encased in the human head, as both additional hard drive space as well as a virtual intelligence or artificial intelligence in place of artificial intelligence. They literally make people live for hundreds, if not thousands of years as semi-glorified computers.
Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and in your new position.
Watch the new
Eventually,
Elden
I will
Ring
find
trailer.
a coast that suits you as I did
Yeah,
for
it looked pretty good. It
Edelgard.
looked very anime-y.
Until that time
Like,
comes,
Elden Ring always
consider
skirted that
yourself my
anime,
aid.
that line between Dark Souls and anime, and the new trailer looked very anime-esque to me.
The Rykad system, the domain of rogue trader Winterscale, one of my peers and rivals.
I didn't see the Firekeeper. I saw
Besides
Nameless King. I
me,
saw
two
Lady
other rogue
Maria.
traders exist in the Coronis Expanse.
I didn't see
And
Artorias.
each of them possesses resources comparable to mine.
I caught Lady Maria. I
Perhaps you will
caught
one
the
day
Nameless
assist
King.
House von Valancius in surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor.
Cronus Expanse is just the part of the galaxy that we're in.
I set the course for Rykad on the demand for a very specific reason. Perhaps I shall yet apprise you of the purpose for this voyage, but now is not the time. In that case, I shall head to...
The girl with the white
Disturbances
clothes,
reported on the
okay.
adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated.
Alright, so any questions about the story thus far?
The absurdity of your struggle amuses me.
Let the blood flow!
Don't touch me!
Get him, Abelard!
I took care of this one.
Weapon at the ready.
Crush the feeble!
I need no guidance. What a satisfying demise.
Chaos guides me. I serve the ruinous powers.
Ugh, my ears are ringing.
I am your doom!
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Now, actually, while this battle's going on, let me explain what the
Onto your
warp
target.
is. Because the warp will will be talked about and plays a factor through literally the entire game. The warp has a
Just a
secondary
minor
name
setback.
called the Immaterium. Whether they're talking about the warp or the Immaterium, those are one and the same. So the way the warp works is all your subconscious thoughts. Hail Caesar, yes. If he's not done, if he hasn't finished saying it by the end of the day, I'll have his balls cut off. Sorry.
Ruin beckons.
Internet reference. Sorry.
Shall reign.
But anyway, what the warp is, all your subconscious thoughts, like all those intrusive thoughts you never let out, all those thoughts get sent to the warp. When you're dreaming, all your dreams are a mental projection that you are sending to the warp. Life does exist in the warp, but it's all subconscious thought of all beings and all creatures across time, all at once, exist within the warp.
Mort, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single
So,
son survive.
all of that, and it's typically seen that, creatures and people, and aliens in this case also, all their negative thoughts have created chaos gods, which is why the warp is so evil and so
Didn't bat an
dangerous.
eye when that scum burst onto the deck,
Which
huh?
is why you can't just freely travel through the
Bad.
warp, why you have to
I
go
have
very
seen
specific
many an
path a
officer
very certain way,
panicked at the sight of
otherwise
combat
very
on
bad
the
things
upper
happen. You
decks.
need a
The
special
false sense of security offered
magical
by their
force
position
field
makes
around
them
your
that
ship
much more
while you're
vulnerable
traveling
to
through the
harsh
warp.
realities of warp travel.
Otherwise, all those creatures birthed from all those dark malevolent thoughts will literally teleport and appear within the ship, rip the ship apart, make people go crazy. And a lot of weird things happen in
Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us.
within the warp,
If you're to make
including
yourself
unexpected
useful,
time
go
travel.
after him and see if the Arch-Militant requires aid, and be quick about it.
There are reports that a ship has entered the warp, and what was supposed to be a 3-day journey, the ship just disappears, and then 200 years later, it just reappears, and as far as the people on the ship knew, it's only been 3 days. Meanwhile, they've been missing from existence for 200 years.
Embrace true power.
There are reports of possible traveling back in time through the warp. Anything that's weird or just uncanny that could go wrong can happen in the warp. And remember, that's where mages draw their magic power from. That is how you get Space Hulks, that is correct. The warp is very abstract.
Thank Providence you are alive and well.
Always on time, eh, Coonrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it.
Mort, pull yourself together.
What, did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We're all done here. I'll report right away.
And in combat, like, a good way to think about how mages use it is, if you know how magic works in Dragon Age,
The Voxnet is silent. The Voxmaster is
think
not
about
responding.
it
Armed
similar
assailants
to
have
that.
stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here.
Like when they talk about the
Is this
Veil
a
in
clear
Dragon
case of
Age,
warp madness?
it's the
Have
same
some of my
way
crew
in
lost their
Warhammer
minds
40k.
and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report!
So Voxnet, think about that's long-range communication. They don't have radios, they don't have internet, they're not able to communicate the way I'm able to communicate with you. They have what's called Vox communication, which is also able to travel through the warp. So that way they can send messages across the galaxy without the message taking 100 years. The message can get lost in the warp and still take 100 years, but more reliably gets the people faster.
I have not yet received word from the Engineerium regarding any Geller field failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I am receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only voxcasts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny.
It's not highlighted, but a Geller field is that magical force field that is around the ship when the ship is traveling through the warp. So while this is happening, while this is going on in the ship is currently traveling through the warp. So he's talking about there might be a breach in the force field, which is how these chaos cultists appeared, because they could have just teleported into the ship if there was a slight fluctuation or breach within the Geller field.
Lunatics, fools, heretics. This ship houses thousands upon thousands of people. Pernicious thoughts and warp-induced delusions could have tainted any one of them. It is a difficult notion to accept, but such risks are inescapable. First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the navigator's sanctum are secure. And I have the means to do both things at once. Edelthrad, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons.
So you know how I said psychers are mages and they use their power they get their power by accessing the warp? And there's chaos gods that exist in the warp. One of those things, like, you're dipping your hand into the place where chaos gods are. Chaos god can grab that hand.
I tried to locate him, but the last thing
And
known
if
about his movements
there's a
is
lot
that he
of warp
arrived on
activity, if the
transitional
veil
deck
is
18.
thinned or breached, it's really easy to grab that hand.
Blast it! Master of Whispers, find Edelthrad immediately. Seneschal, locate Tlas and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side.
By the way,
Militant
if
with
you
me.
run a mage
I
in
must
this
go to my
game,
study. And it
that
appears we
has
might
real
encounter heretics
in-combat
along the way.
consequences, what I'm talking about with that. And you'll encounter that
If I
in
may,
the tutorial.
Lord Captain, Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Edelthrad back, I could use some support. After all, I'm not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the House as the esteemed Arch-Militant, and taking into consideration Edelthrad's psyker powers.
Then it's settled. Find Edelthrad and bring him here. In whatever state you find him. This elevator leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand?
I'll do everything. Two or three. Do I simply go, yes, yes, rogue trader, or everything in my power? I might kill him. You know, some unfortunate accident might happen to this guy who I'm vying for your position. I can't say one way or the other. You know, my competition just might meet an unfortunate end. Who can say? We're going number 4.
Kunrad, keep an eye on our spirited guest. You are personally responsible. Mort!
You forgot the thought, Rand. You only listed 3 out of the 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4.
Are you ready to head to 18? It is a long walk.
I
We do
know
not even
I
have
know it's the
proper
youngest
gear.
child, but you forgot the youngest one. Don't, do not fail me. The consequences will be dire, and you are unreliable.
I see you have quickly earned Lady Theodora's trust.
Mhm.
If she is already sharing her closely guarded secrets with you. But that is no longer relevant.
Something hits you hard with a sharp crackle. You're consumed by unbearable gut-wrenching pain. Promise you a special destiny, Zephyrx. It's time to fulfill it. Yeah, you're gonna hear a lot of poor voice acting and narration from me. A lot of this game is not actually voiced. Apparently, they went back and added a whole lot of voice dialogue. So there was like a 17 gig update today.
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warrant Chamber. And for that, I need him breathing. Oh, you are back with us, I see. Delightful.
So you may have missed it, but in this game, doing certain actions may lock you out of other actions, and not every quest can be completed, which is why when this scene started, you saw that I said one thing was completed, then one thing was failed. That was like a little very brief. If you caught it, you would notice. So that way you know that not everything is going to be like there's going to be some choices that will alter your outcomes.
How perceptive.
There wasn't actually a choice there. We're just
I'll
showing you
help
that.
you with the
Don't be
next
afraid if you see
insight.
that something gets locked out.
I need you here for your blood. You have the option to share it.
The game will give you
voluntarily,
fake quests
or
that you
I
can't
will
complete
squeeze
for the
it
story.
out of you myself.
It's rare, but it does.
We are in the anteroom of the Warren Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates of the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
So when he says, like, never mind, it's inferred that what happened, because he was technically an heir to Theodora, that Theodora used the power of the Warrant of Trade to expunge the Emperor's touch from Conrad, so that way he could not inherit the Warrant of Trade because he failed her. So, do we resist and tell him to go screw himself, or do we try and join his side? That is the question. Help Conrad with the mutiny, or and say like, screw that bitch, or we say, screw you, Conrad. Screw you, we're gonna become the heir anyway. We don't need you. He only beat us by getting a lucky shot in the back of our head. What is it, inbred? Is your blood too thin for the Sentinel? I just noticed that one. I kind of want to just insult him. So 2, 3, or 5. 2. Just call him an inbred.
On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, Fon Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for?
Coercion succeeded. What sorry? Pathetic excuse do you even have for your apostasy, you sordid, wretched piece of rock shit? Yes!
Wretched. What do you know about wretchedness? Theodorus Kerr. Are you hoping to buy a grain for
Right?
indulgence with your blind loyalty? Oh, I know this delusion. But thank the gods it no longer has power over me. Humanity can rot. I no longer serve mortal kind. Once my work is done, I'll make that pompous wench von Valencia's watch as I sacrifice her entire dynasty and commit their fate to the gods. And you will be the instrument by which I will accomplish this righteous act.
The blade flashes in a dim light, and drops of blood appear on your palm. For a brief moment, you feel nauseous, your head is spinning. Then quiet whispers begin to flood your mind. More and more sourceless voices echo each other, drowning out your own thoughts, replacing them with a singular urge. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. I am not your puppet. The voices in your head giggle and mock your desperate outcry. You feel intruding influence, forcing you onto your feet and making you take a step toward the gates looming in the center of the chamber. Also in this game, I think you'll appreciate this, Alt. If there is a keyword or key term that's in blue, the blue term is a direct cause by something you did. So because options that we took, I think there's a way you can talk around being cut by him like that. But because we were cut by that strange blue dagger, um, the dagger was possessed and then used the opening from it cutting you to possess us. So we can kind of zoom in. So you see how this is like mostly machine, but it's still like a human head? So you can see a little bit of flesh right here. Because it's like 95, 99% machine, but there's still 1% that's human, including the brain. This is their computer, by the way, in this universe. Gateway Arch, you see, in the Gateway Arch, you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front panel. As you approach, the torso twitches slightly. This is a servitor, obedient automaton created from the lobotomized human being. Sentinel turns its head to you, one of its eye sockets lighting up like two ember-like irises. 95% chance to succeed, let's examine it. Oof, we failed. Rolled poorly. Servitor on the gate begins to move. The screecher and groaning in metal leans forward closer to you. The lower jaw opens with a drawn-out shriek, much wider than the jaw of a living human could. Servitor's mouth is filled with sharp attacked fangs that glint in the dim light. Vid screen on the right of you lights up, showing strings of mysterious symbols on a green backdrop. A whisper runs through your consciousness, insisting, demanding sacrifice. The voices that filled your head after Vortvir wounded you with his blade did not go away. On the contrary, their source coiled itself into a tight knot somewhere in the depths of your mind. So for a weapon, grounded hopes to find at least something you could work as a weapon. Such in vain. Chamber entered room was completely empty and in perfect working condition, and a broken panel with protruding piece of rebar in sight. Servitor is noticeably different from the ones you are used to. Skin covering is stitched together with copper thread. It has metal hinges in place of standard joints. Seems the creators of the Sentinel did everything to ensure the service life of this one unit would be much longer than that of ordinary automatons. So, not only the sterilized, but they try to make this particular unit practically immortal. Sentinel's jaw clamp around your hand, puncturing your skin, sinking into your flesh. A few dark drops fall into the servitor's throat, and immediately you hear humming as the servo motors start up and pumps stir into motion. Physically, the cogitator flickers. Several long minutes pass. Sentinel's jaw remains closed, beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath, maybe even close your eyes, pretend none of this has ever happened.
High levels of caustic humus. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
You don't understand where this quiet voice is coming from, crackling like static. Is it the Sentinel? The cogitator? Is it a figment of your weary mind? Whatever it is, you can clearly hear every word. Yes, I do require assistance. Pain shoots through your head, then subsides just as quickly. It would seem the entity coiled in your consciousness does not have the ability to do you any real harm.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
Well, there is still another way.
Look at me, runs away! Oh no! The ambusher became the ambushee! Run away! Run away!
The world will bow.
Let be known that by the will and true words of this document, I appoint to this person the bearer of the warrant of trade, bestow upon them and their dynasty the great mission to be paragon of humanity, unbroken by adversity, walk bravely first into darkness, unite and reclaim what was lost, to triumph over nightmares untold, hold boldly the reins of fate, walk steadily the roads of thorn through the pains of transgressions.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
What madness is happening here? Who are you? Who addresses me?
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel standing by.
So this thing's called a Vox Skull. Vox Skulls are literally floating skulls. So people who have perished but their brain still functions, they and are, serving the Emperor. They're partly lobotomized. Their skulls are made the ability to kind of fly, to float around and fly like a drone, but the drone is their skull. Brain still intact, so it can still function as a virtual intelligence.
Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel, designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by.
Need a weapon.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
Go silent. This relay's clicking. Second after second passes, you realize Service Skill will not answer you. Get me out of here.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile...
Oops, I accidentally hit spacebar. My bad. You're saying we gotta get out of here so we can secure it so nobody else can mess with this and destroy this document that was handwritten by the Emperor. Or is at least signed off on by him in blood. And you see here, we have an old injury. So if somebody goes down in combat, they don't die. They just get what's called a trauma. If it doesn't get referred to as like a fresh wound, fresh injury,
beneath my feet.
and that becomes an old injury if it's not treated in time. It gives you, if you get too many of them, then you get actual like debilitating effects until you leave the area, leave the whole like planet that you were on. So you don't have to worry about revive scrolls at all in this game. That is not a thing.
Run, fools, or fall!
There's our seneschal.
Master, whatever are you doing in the Warren Chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me, what is the meaning of this?
When they say throne, that's their way of saying dear God. When they say throne, that's the golden throne. It's literally the throne that the God Emperor sits on, that he's actually stuck to. It's also what keeps him alive. Barely. It's literally a giant golden throne that he's permanently sits on. Conrad's a traitor.
What?
You intend to take revenge on Theodora for something and trying to reach the warrant was somehow part of the plan.
Oh, holy God, Emperor. I presume he is the one responsible for the mutiny. And, Master, I wish to remind you that you are to refer to the Lord Captain as Lady Theodora.
He openly admitted he was the mastermind.
Saint's blood! And it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive, and now safe, Master. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster. You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit with me. And, for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
Yay, it's our equipment, because it wants to teach us how to equip stuff. You can have a sword, or you can have a better sword. I think I'll take the better sword. So here's our stats. Like we have no damage reduction. Deflection is flat damage reduction. So whatever your deflection is, that just take that off the damage as just flat damage reduction. It's literally a 1-to-1 ratio. Like if you have 4 deflection, you have -4 to damage taken. Armor percentage reduces their chance to hit you. No, it's damage percentage after deflection. It's impossible to reduce damage to 0 because it takes the unless your deflection is greater than the total damage coming in. Because your damage reduction percentage is taken after your flat damage reduction. And then you have your dodge chance, and then you have your parry chance. And then dodge reduction. So, essentially, it's your to hit minus the dodge percentage, which your hit to hit plus your dodge reduction minus dodge percentage, something like that. And then your resolve is based on your willpower. That determines how much momentum you get, which is something that gets explained later.
You are injured.
I must dress your wounds before we go any further.
Remember this.
That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on.
Like I said, the communication all gets transmitted through the warp. So since Chaos has control over the warp, and we're in the warp where Chaos is strongest, communication is super unreliable.
But that is not the worst of it all. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
How did you find me?
You sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Voxcast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing?
I think the Warren Sentinel sent that message. Appeared right with the chamber.
Warren Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort. The Warren Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same?
So, tech priests are a part of the group called the Adeptus Mechanicus, otherwise known as the tech cult of Mars. They're people who augment themselves with cybernetics because it believes that brings them closer to their god, the Omnissiah. So they will literally hack off their arms and legs and replace them with robotic arms and legs, and they will pretty much put a HDMI cable in their brain that connects to a servo skull to augment their brain capacity, and will opt to pretty much disable their vocal cords to speak through a loudspeaker, so that way they can speak in binary, because they think that binary is a more efficient way of talking. And they also will pray to weapons to make them work or work better. And any equipment. Any machinery, any equipment, the maintenance is done by tech priests to make it function, or to make it function better. They are wacky, they are goofy, and it is a lot of fun. They're a lot of fun.
Lady Theodora's. Which one? The last one I received was about the Navigator's Sanctum, and that was a good while ago. In any case, let us hope that the Lord Captain is well, and safely in charge of the ship's defense. In the meantime, we must do all we can to prevent the ship from veering off course. I am no helmsman, or God Emperor preserve me navigator. However, I have spent my entire life aboard void ships equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not bode well. It could be that the Gellerfield has faltered. Perhaps the navigator was struck down by warp corruption and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak. If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the warp. Naturally, we would likely not have long to live in that scenario. But I will not resign myself to such an outcome just yet.
Alright, for the Imperium, lead the way! For now, for the Imperium. I mean...
To arms, loyal sons and daughters of the God Emperor! Fight the heresy and corruption that threatens to consume our home! And with all your
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward!
And while combat's going on, if nobody has any questions about the story or terms that they've heard of up to this point, I will start explaining what the different Chaos Gods are, so that way you guys have a heads up. Because you see influences from them, but you don't necessarily... They're not necessarily really referred to directly, for the most part.
Purpose guides me. A blood-soaked tribute.
Gotta hydrate. Posture check. How you doing, Roy the boyo?
I will triumph.
Got points to spend? You'll have points. There'll be times to spend the points once my model is completed. We'll be having the attacks and redemptions and stuff like that. Amethyst is going to help me set that all up once my model is done. Don't you worry. There's a lot of people with a lot of points. I think Velmir's up to like 500,000. Something ridiculous like that.
My place is at the fort.
Nice!
Reduced to dust! I'd rather not. It will be done. That's not the Seneschal's job. Indeed. I took care of this one.
Out of my way.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Ah! Death to the weak. Purpose.
A tactically sound approach. Dominance achieved!
Also, whenever combat ends, you are fully healed in this game. That fight went over way too fast for me to be able to actually explain anything about the Chaos Gods. The first one I'm going to tell you about is Zeech, because he's the most prevalent early on.
Death, I hear it. Here, on the threshold of the blinded guide, doom comes from the heavens.
Master, watch your head.
He comes in really early in this game.
Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
Yeah, that weird riddle was her way of saying a giant pipe is about to crush you to death.
old man. Their voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abela, how they sing.
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valancius. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
The entity in consciousness shrinks and crawls in deeper, its claws scraping against the walls of your mind, as if the presence is trying to hide from the seer standing before you. What's a diviner?
The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud.
Idira is what is referred to as an unsanctioned psyker. It means the Ecclesiarchy and the Inquisition have not had a chance to do rites, which would dampen her connection to the warp, weaken her magic power a little bit, but also prevent demons from the warp from being able to possess her easily.
And you are von Valancius, one of Lady Theodora's heirs. Well then, we finally meet.
Officers frequency. To all who can hear me, those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officers' deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officers' deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That's Edelthrat. Oh, Emperor's Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
So, I'd like to just point out here, you notice how the walls are bleeding? That's the veil being thin and the warp seeping in. The purple mist, the walls bleeding, the eyes appearing in the wall. That is the warp seeping into reality, actively seeping into reality.
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Edelthrad's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Blast it. You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
How do you know who I am?
You think Lady Theodora didn't ask me to peek into the darkness behind the backs of those she sees as her prospective heirs? I have seen you. I have seen the footsteps of your past and the wounds of your heart.
The seer's words rise up something dark and frightening from the depths of your memory. Soul has been tainted by the influence of warp sorcery. It seems you will never be rid of it.
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the enginarium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
The Master Cog is the head tech priest for the ship.
What? You don't mean the Engineer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp.
So...
The shriek from the navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
So what Rand said about what makes a Space Hulk, That is what Adira is pretty much saying, is that, like, if we don't get out of here, this ship will become completely infested and taken over by the warp and just become a demon vessel. No, 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 no. Nothing is well about him. Can you feel the chill crawling on your skin, the eyes watching you? The warp ice is already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity.
But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
Hurry, destroy this field. Don't keep our master waiting.
I tread a path unexplored.
Run, fools, or fall!
All of you will bleed!
Ravage and conquer. What a satisfying demise. One step closer.
Okay, this is a good time to explain how magic works in this game. So you don't have spells per day in this game. Not like D&D, you don't have spells per day. You can cast any spell however many times that you want. The thing with spells are, they have what's referred to as veil degradation. Certain spells degrade the veil more or less, which has varied consequences that I will not spoil. Just know that the more you use magic, the more the warp bleeds into reality.
Was that you? Or anything else?
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Will do.
Hold on. Laughable.
Follow my lead. Reduced to dust. At your beck and call.
I don't think I can reach him. Oh, I can reach
I will
this
do
guy.
my duty.
I will triumph. I accept my...
Creature in the chair appears as if it's become one with the throne. You see pink parchment-like skin stretched between the seat and the limbs that have too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling as it exits through two dark gill-like slits in its cheek. The creature's eyes are shut, the two ordinary eyes as well as a third that sits in the center of its forehead.
I believe Master Vespider still lives. Well, the servants are dead.
but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive.
What's wrong with him?
Wounded, exhausted, fighting back the endless horrors of the warp that are forcing their way into his head. Pick one.
Yeah, so navigators are also like psychers, but they don't have psychic powers to control like fire and lightning like psychers do. 100% of their connection to the warp and their ability to actively tap into the warp, because most humans it's a subconscious connection to the warp. Psychers and navigators have an active connection to the warp, which is why they're so much more prone to demonic possession than a regular person is. A regular person pretty much is not privy to it. But if you have psychic powers or if you're a navigator, you have to constantly be on guard mentally, otherwise you can get possessed.
Your time is short.
The voice coming from the Vox reveal at the base of the bizarre chair. It's unclear how the navigator is able to produce human speech. Our time is short to do what?
Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn.
That's possession. So the navigator's body starts thrashing in place, lurches forward, then falls back to the seat, then thrusts forward again. Bones crack, his skin tears open. However, the fusion between body and the chair appears to be stronger than these wild impetuses. The mutant remains seated but leans far forward as it can. Laird Raymond slowly turning, the gale slits burst open.
Ah! It came from beyond! His body is not his!
Dear screams is echoed by the silent cries in your head. The unseen creature triumphs at the sight of the navigators coming to the paroxysms of corruption.
Its march thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation within me.
Navigator continues to convulse violently in his seat, shrieking and cackling, but then his fit stops abruptly. His face is drenched in black and crimson. Dark ooze from under his third eyelid has turned from a trickle into a stream mixed with the blood coming out from those. There's a purple swelling around his eye.
Run. Flee from this place while I still have the strength. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp. But it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help.
Do we go with number 3 or number 4? Put him out of his misery or just ignore him and bounce? Chat, what do you want to do? 3 or 4? Rand's voting for 3. Anybody else? Alright, we're going with 3. For Mad's misery.
You can't! It's only thanks to Master Vespidas that we're still alive. If he falls, this whole ship is doomed. Let him do his duty. You know it's the last thing he'll ever do. If he lasts that long.
Okay, let's bounce.
The ship can only begin the translation with the
Dear
assistance of
first
the
stopped
Master
that real fast.
If he is still alive. It is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Edelthrad and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms that the servo skull relayed to us earlier.
Vespidas, good luck. And thank you.
Navigator does not give her a response. Black tears mixed with blood are streaming from under the closed eyelids, and the vox at the base of the chair is barely out stack interspersed with distant echoes of otherworldly laughter.
Intriguing.
Ship's as good as ours. It's all over for you.
Guess not over for us.
I shall pity not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Somebody shoot this.
Shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my Emperor.
And that's the Sister of Battle. Space Nun. White-haired warrior turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. Weapon quivers in her hand, and for a brief moment, it seems she's not going to stop and will instead continue to eliminate every target she sees, starting with you.
Sister Argenta! Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Your face, it is unfamiliar. Who are you?
Just for you to be so brazen about your inquiries.
First time I've seen anybody on this ship talk to the little sister like that.
Allow me, Master. Sister Argenta, sacred warrior of the Adepta Sororitas. Sister, this is Master von Valancius, a member of the Rogue Traders House.
Yeah, so the Adepta Sororitas are the, also known as the Sisters of Battle. They are space nuns. Space nuns that use power armor. They're essentially, they don't have the genetic augmentations of Space Marines, but because they're so devout in their faith, they're like a half a step below them in terms of power. But they're regular humans. But their faith is so strong that their mind is just completely incorruptible by the warp, typically.
The hour is dark and daunting.
As zealotous as you can get.
The faces of friends are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the dark forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
When they say archenemy, they're referring to chaos.
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelthrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
Don't even think to insinuate I'm one of the traitors. I will not let such an affront slide.
That answer does you credit. Only the truly righteous would be so provoked by the accusation of heresy. I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
Yeah, what are you doing aboard a rogue trader ship? Yours to serve the church, are they not?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice. Through this door, I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
A Technomat is just a regular clergyman of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Huh. That's a new weapon. That wasn't in the regular game. It looks... Oh! See, if you don't know anything, you just say like, oh, that's an interesting pattern for that sword. This is a heretic weapon. It's not restricted to heretic, but that pattern is typically denoted for a heretic faction.
Embrace true
So I'm not sure if
power.
it'll probably be reputation specific later down the road.
The world
With
will
fire
bow.
and vigor, our Emperor, imbue us!
Your Emperor won't save you!
Pay attention.
But of course. Was that you? Or farewell?
Death to non-believers! Ah!
Purpose guides me. One step closer.
Chaos guides me. Ah!
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
One fewer target.
It will be done.
Chaos guides me.
I serve the ruinous powers!
I mean, I don't know why I gave him his turn back, but I mean... Oh, really? Oh, target's one square too far. Right. I gave him his turn back, means I can do this.
Reduced to dust.
You don't have to hit an enemy with the charge. It just gives you free movement. If you hit an enemy, then cool, you get an extra hit.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Out of my way! Ah!
There is movement in the Empyrean.
So you see our Veil degradation is building up and building up, building up. It goes down by 1 each round for right now. That can change, but it doesn't change necessarily.
That is not my destiny.
Depends on how you build.
A blood-soaked tribute.
Such is the will of chaos.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
Death to the weak!
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. Indeed. One fewer target. Just a minor setback.
So you see how I'm looking at this enemy, and then there are the red squares that go past him? Piercing is a thing, especially for bolt weapons like this gun is. So you can actually shoot through one enemy to hit another enemy in this
Faith
game.
without deeds is worthless.
Or the way he dodged, if he dodges, he can still hit the enemy behind him. And then the enemy behind him would actually take full damage.
They who discern the future own the battlefield. Be gone. Will do.
The world trembles beneath my feet.
So you may be noticing when I'm picking stuff up that there's going to be there's a very big difference in terms of how currency works in this game. You have your equipable items, your consumables are all inventory, and then anything your characters can't actually use goes into the ship's cargo, which you use to get items from traders. Which it'll be all trading is done through a rep system in this game. You don't actually have money in this game. Because the quantities would be so astronomically large that it just doesn't deal in them. And because of your rank, you would be demanding so much free stuff that is literally all on a reputation system, that if you have enough rep and you have enough notoriety, that you're just given items. So all the stuff that you are picking up that goes to cargo, and all the weapons that will end up going to cargo eventually, you use that to gain reputation with the traders and with the merchants to just have them give you their inventory.
Predictable. Ruinous favor prevails. Perfection. Let's seize the opportunity.
Well, I'm collecting this stuff. The first Chaos God you will see the effects of is Zeech,
Triumphant,
also
as
known
always.
as the Changer of Ways. So anytime something weird happens, it's Zeech. Zeech will corrupt people who have like an unending thirst for knowledge. He will corrupt those who are hoping for some type of unexpected change that will save them from whatever fate they're trying to avoid. Zeech is the one that whenever you see reality actively being altered, that is like in weird ways. That's
I
Zeech.
better myself through my service.
Like anything with plague is Nurgle. If you see blood raining down, a barbarian horde, demonic horde just bum rushing you, and everything's red, that's gonna be Khorne. If everything gets sexy and weird, that's Slaanesh. Ah, we got our second ability here. Literally just jumps into battle. Just yeet yourself into the enemy, they'll be fine. Gives yourself 2 deflection and 10 temporary wounds, 10 HP. Decreases the enemy's defensive stats per exploit. And then hers, the soldier archetype. So each of these people, like Abelard is the warrior archetype, Adira was the operative archetype, and then our sister Battle here, Argenta, she was the soldier archetype. Hers, whenever she kills 3 enemies, every 3 enemies she kills, she increases her crit damage by 15%, her crit chance by 5%, and her ballistic skill, her range to hit skill by 10. And she can do that every round that she kills 3 enemies.
Ruinous favor prevails. world will bow.
We should deal with this.
I can't see a thing. What is this? They shoot us for something? The roar of the flames rings in your ears. The choking smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. Instinctively recoil from the scorching heat, wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in the raging wall of fire. You're surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming, yet distinctively hear the sound of footsteps. Then you see the figure walk out of the fire towards you. It's Theodore von Valatius.
Are you lost, my heir?
Her expression is calm, terrifyingly so, for someone whose body is engulfed in an inferno. One of her hands is resting on the hilt of her power sword, other raised in an inviting gesture.
An apparition. A sorceress apparition. Trickery of the warp.
Sister, you will lower your weapon. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous.
Despite his community tone, Abelard doesn't sound too confident. Staring at the rogue trader, you notice a muscle in his cheek twitching. Aren't you in pain standing in the middle of an inferno, Theodora?
Pain is but a reflection of one's weakness. To renounce weakness of spirit in pursuit of greatness is the only path to heights worthy of a rogue trader. I can lead you out of these flames, show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat your enemies. Decide.
Theodora watches you without blinking. Snake-like gaze almost makes you forget about the fire searing you, leaving burns on your skin. Your mouth begins to salivate. Each word Theodora speaks is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in the deepest recesses of your mind is pleading, begging, demanding that you give her an immediate answer. That answer could be nothing other than acceptance.
Do not listen to this abomination. If there is naught but his light in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises. Nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul.
Just walk through the fire, it'll be fine. Is there a raging inferno? Who cares? Emperor protects. Big E protects.
To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace.
The people! The survivors from the middle decks! We must help the crew! Lead them out! Find a way around!
Over the roaring flames, you hear distant sounds, frightened voices, screams, muffled and distorted, as if there were a body of water between you and them.
Then we'll miss our chance to meet up with Edel. What are we waiting for?
Give me my pain! Give me power! You offer Theodora your hand, and air around you seems to tighten, becoming thick and viscous, enveloping you in your pen's impenetrable veil. Theodora smiles at you. Her radiant, piercing blue eyes suddenly remind you of Vodvir's.
I will show you the way. Go on. Close your eyes.
No, I'm sure nothing bad happened. There's just a little heresy. Just a little. Nothing too heretical.
What? What is this place?
My mind is clouded with darkness. Emperor, lay your hand upon our brows and guard us against the morass of heresy.
Just a little corruption, nothing to be too alarmed about. Corrupted in front of a melta pistol. Pistol increases wielder's coercion by 10. Does not require weapon proficiency to be wielded. (10 to 16 damage). Honestly, I should give that to the one person who can use the gun effect. Oh, she can't because you gotta be heretical.
Powers
We were in a secret bedchamber with a heretical pistol. A pistol that was pure evil to the touch. In a fancy noble's place. Yep, that's what they say. You should eat the rich. Oh my god, it's cat raiding. It's Amethyst raiding. Cat was the first one to respond. Amethyst raiding with 8. Hey, it's Autumn. Hello, everybody. You're here for the good part. Spooky tendrils. And somebody dead on their desk. You're here for the good part. I'm playing a Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Kind of like, it's a CRPG kind of like Baldur's Gate 3. I hope your stream went well. I hope your polls were good. Murder scene looks like something caught. I couldn't read it fast enough. Theodore von Valesia's body sprawled out of the large blood-drenched desk. Archmilitan's corpse, still clutching a weapon, slumped against one of the bulkheads. He came home on both accounts? Good job! Congrats on the polls. Sister Belle surveys the scene, her gaze lingering on the Archmilitant's body. So, for those of you who are going to hang out and are not part of the hit and run, thank you for hanging out. If you don't know anything... Welcome back, Alt. If you don't know anything about Warhammer 40k, if there is a term, typically a term highlighted orange, but if there's a term you don't understand or know about or something's confusing, just write the term with a question mark, and I'll be more than happy to explain it. No, you've been here.
Captain, I didn't hear.
You've been here, you've been there, you've been everywhere.
Not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
Lord Captain, who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidsphere.
For if you wanted humiliation and suffering upon her, not a swift death.
It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here, and he would have protected Lady Theodora to the last. How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Archmilitant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
So, Baldur's Gate starts you off, you know, in kind of dire straits. This game takes those dire straits to another level in how it starts you.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
the group that this game starts you off with is somebody who, the diviner, can get premonitions, see into objects, also use chain lightning Palpatine style, and has a psychic streak. You have your standard tank that you get that every game is going to give you, and you have a battle nun from a space battle nun. See, other pistol shot went right through his forehead, spraying the floor and furniture around with blood, brain matter, shards of his skull. Safety on the Arch-Militant's weapon is off. Killer must have been a split second quicker than he was. This game is gruesome in its description of stuff. It does not hold back. This is an 18+ game for sure. You cling closer to the body, the cause of death is apparent. What ended the rogue trader's life was an auto pistol shot, extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodore's face bears an expression of surprise, last emotions she experienced in life. Something on the floor catches your eye. A heap of blood-splattered parchments and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. As you lean down for a closer look, notice something else. Small shards of glass scattered on the floor. It's difficult to say what exactly was broken. Objects fell on the floor. That's as much as you can ascertain. Upon closer examination, shards appear iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if they had been submerged in promethium. Promethium is like space gasoline. Best way to describe it. Reports, accounts, dispatches. Go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document. I could use a hydration. I'm drinking water today, Amethyst, so you don't have to worry about me being drunk or anything like that. That was a once in a blue moon thing. It'll probably happen Christmas Day. I'm talking a lot because I'm doing a lot of narration. The game doesn't narrate as much as Baldur's Gate does. It's written to signed with the initials XC and a seal is a symbol that is vaguely familiar to you. I see what you did there. And sends shivers down your spine. The author of this letter is addressed to Theodore von Vlacius, signed with the seal of one of the Holy Ordos, the Emperor's Inquisition, secret police of the Imperium that relentlessly hunt heretics, Xenos, and other enemies of humanity.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects.
Yeah, I'll hydrate even more.
But dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in a warp. I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces drawing closer. Lady Theodora and Conrad and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure. Tainted witchcraft.
You cannot tell if Argenta's remark is directed at the glass or at Dira herself.
Yes, the crucible of
It's a great story
to me once more.
that the game does a really good job of explaining all the Warhammer jargon, so you don't need to know it all ahead of time.
Idira.
That being said, I am explaining all the Warhammer jargon myself.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
I am looking forward to tomorrow night, the collab that we're gonna do. The four of us. It's gonna be good.
Intriguing.
Oh yeah, I've been talking you up, Autumn. Better not disappoint me. I've been talking you up big time. Been saying that you're gonna be like the star of the show. All the jokes are gonna come directly from Autumn. He's just going to carry the stream on his shoulders, Atlas
The
style,
whispers are getting
making it
louder.
being the sole reason why it's going to be a success. So no pressure, man. You don't have to. You were making me laugh last night. I don't know what you mean you have no jokes. I think you saying you don't have jokes is a joke in of itself. His voice might slay the audience. Yeah. Autumn will speak and girls will swoon. Autumn's going to get somebody pregnant just by the sound of his voice. You're like, what is this hunk of man? Look, we gotta hype the group up. I mean, you might not have a choice.
I will try. What a satisfying demise. Ruin beckons.
I'll do it. Each strike is a prayer. Doubt is for the weak.
Look, I just don't want any pressure. And if anybody wants to join me tomorrow afternoon or Saturday afternoon to play Warhammer Online, the MMO, get a whole group going, because there's no party size limit in that game, then that'll be a lot of fun too.
Farewell.
The game was apparently only 15 gigs to download. I put the link in both my Discord and Amethyst's Discord. And the Discord link for my Discord actually works tonight, which is good.
Pain and duty go hand in hand. My place is at the fore. Victory is imminent.
I will triumph. Purpose guides me.
Not sure if it was because I was drunk last night, but it sure seemed that way to me. I can blame everything on the alcohol.
Cover me.
Yes, yes, the Holy Order. See? See? That's what I'm talking about, man. You got jokes you don't even know about.
On it.
A blood-soaked tribute.
I am at your service. The healing is much appreciated.
I'm liking this new class in this game. The class I made my character is actually new. It wasn't in the base game. Last time we were pregnant about 5 years ago. Well, the reactor we were getting from the way that Cat was feeding you that banana, I mean, maybe you're due. Joking, I'm joking, I'm joking. Please don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Please don't hurt me. You're right, it's not. I think it depends on the voice. I have so many new abilities I have to read through here. If you're fighting a boss and all the attacks hit the boss, last attack deals double damage. Oh. Oh. You stack agility to deal additional damage. So you'll be dealing damage equal to your strength plus agility, not just agility. That sounds fantastic. This is a whole lot of jargon that a lot of people probably in the chat are not understanding, but I am. The rest of the people will level up a lot faster. Your face is sleepy, then go to sleep. It's okay doing a hit and run. Come in, be like, here, I give you viewers. I go nappy now. That's perfectly okay. Yeah, go off to La La Land. Like all I'm saying. Friendship is magic, and we will have friendship tomorrow night at the very least. Maybe tomorrow afternoon, but definitely tomorrow night. I didn't realize until I was told that, until Tavares told me about the MMO. Because we were talking about it, I was talking about it in stream a couple days ago.
Let's see.
Maybe
The
Monday.
opportunity.
About how, like, the MMO only died because, like, of its release time. Speaking of release time, boss time.
The first sacrifice.
Did you combine those two?
The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
You know, it doesn't have the same effect if you just copy paste it, rather than if you just pause the whole stream to verbally say it. Little trickster.
Traitor. Right when we needed all forces to deliver a decisive blow, you stepped aside. Do not even try to claim that my Voxcasts did not reach you. I sense the mark of the warp on you. An echo of the powers that are ravaging this ship. What is it? The aftermath of the terrors that you had to face? Or an admission of guilt?
Haha, I can use emotes too. They're not my emotes, but I can use emotes too. Touché, madame, touché. Smartly, I choose my allies well.
Shameless filth. How dare!
Let us leave this conversation for another time.
He.
It is with great sorrow that
Speaking of eyes, look, the walls are blinking at us.
Is dead.
See, this is a friendly game. Look at the walls blinking.
What? You? This is your doing.
Master Edelthrad, no. We have remained in each other's sight ever since we broke free from Kunrad's schemes. The Lord Captain was killed by another's hand, and by the Golden Throne. I can surmise whose hand it was.
No matter what ritual Kunrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp is ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the Warrant and all the dynasty's heirs.
Dude,
the enemy of
that guy's
humanity
got a beam
has
shoved through his
triumphed.
foot.
I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating.
It didn't let you do what as a 6-month sub, an emote? What didn't it let you do as a 6-month? Perhaps the warp does not have to be the end.
Enough talking rubbish. The navigator's alive and ready to take the ship out of the warp.
What if we just give in to chaos?
Then we have no right to bow our heads.
Just now? No. Oh, okay, so that's weird. My subscriber amount went up by 1, but my activity feed does not show that I gained a subscriber. And chat box did not show I gained a subscriber. So it might be delayed, but my internet is working. There we go. You've been subscribed for 2 months as of this moment. There we go. It was just delayed. It was just delayed. You had to check with your bank first. just like with the Dawn, I had to check with your bank first.
We are out of time.
Vaudeville, you duplicitous cur! Rogue Trader's death will be avenged.
What? Theodora is dead.
Thank you for the sub, Amethyst.
No,
I
I
appreciate it.
Not now. I still haven't.
That's weird.
I will not die quietly.
I don't know why I
alongside
won't
one
let
who
you.
is a traitor to his blood. If my last service to the Imperium is to rip out the throat of an enemy of humanity, then such is the God Emperor's will.
Right. Math is weird. Math is very weird. Well, why'd you hold off until next month, and then you can try it and do it 6 months. I think, Amethyst, I think you would like this game if you get it on sale, because the graphic stuff is not visually graphic, it's descriptively graphic. Just because of the way the graphics are, like Baldur's Gate 3 gets visually very graphic. In this game, graphics-wise, it can't do that, just the style of this game is. Being the isometric style, but it's descriptively graphic, which you could easily just skim past the descriptive stuff if that's too much for you. But it's a really, really good story.
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
So that's what happened when a Psycho gets possessed by demons of the warp.
Close ranks.
They become a chaos spawn. Does it take it all out from your bank all at once, though? Yeah, I think when you do it as a 6 months, I don't think it charges like $6 each month. I think it takes it all out from your account all at once, but then it funnels the subscription once per month to the streamer. I think that's how it does that. I don't know either. I've never done a 6-month subscription because I've never been able to have that kind of money. So I'm kind of just guessing. But this is the tutorial boss fight right here.
Death shall reign. I need... What a satisfying demise.
Yeah, look at it. Yeah, you get your rest now. It's got many eyes and claws and tentacles. And other random things.
There is no mercy found in my heart.
Yeah, good day, Amethyst. Thank you for the raid.
Purpose guides me. Ruin beckons.
There's tentacles everywhere. I mean, have you noticed the tentacles in the walls? do I not have line of sight to that guy? I don't.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Eradicated.
Will do. Was that you? Or... Will do. What an unfortunate turn of fate. But of course...
Follow my lead.
So this thing just did a debuff to me. Oh, it actually applies bleeding. Huh. I had talent I could have taken to make me take reduced damage from bleeding, and I didn't think to take it. I feel silly now.
Sow the seeds of discord. I will triumph.
My faith shields me. This is why I was chosen.
On it.
At your beck and call. Indeed.
Yeah, parry him, Abelard.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Get it, Abelard. My character's bleeding out. Get him, Abelard.
One step closer. I will triumph. I shall repay this debt.
Okay, I only had a 19% chance to hit me, and she hit me twice. I feel awkward. Oh, 19% chance to hit? Clearly, it's mainly going to affect the enemy. Nope.
Will do. But of course.
At least its attention is on Abelard right now.
It will be done. I've suffered worse.
The Blessed One won't fall. A blood-soaked tribute.
That wasn't too bad. Tutorial boss fight completed. Nobody died. Let's go. Thank you, Autumn. I appreciate it. Much appreciated. I'm playing on the daring difficulty. so I'm playing like 2 difficulties away from the hardest. I'm playing like 2 difficulty settings away from the setting that's like if you're not doing the most meta thing and save scrubbing, then you won't win. I'm doing the difficulty setting that's like it's hard, it's challenging, but it doesn't force you into anything specific, so you can still have free reign to do whatever you want, you know? I like to have when I play games like this, whether it's this, Baldur's Gate 3, Divinity Original Sin 2, I like the difficulty to be where it's like challenging, but not going to restrict you out of certain builds, you know? Mainly because it's been a year. I played this game when it first came out, so it's like been a year. And I don't necessarily remember everything about this game. Like I remember the basics to get me by. Which is why I'm like, if anybody has any questions, I can explain stuff story-wise or mechanics-wise. You threw your friends into first time in the original Sin 2 on the tactical difficulty. See, I never really got a handle on Divinity Original Sin 2. I never got by Act 2. I have like 200 hours in the game because I tried it that long and tried restarting that many times. I could never get a handle on it. Like, I would cry if somebody tried to throw me into it on tactical. Act 2 was the longest. It was a length thing, was a difficulty. I was never able to get a handle on the difficulty of the game. Titles Beyond difficult. Oh yeah, I'm sure it was. Well, I'm saying I like played it on the easiest setting or the second easiest setting, and I was struggled big time. I was doing Honor Mode in Baldur's Gate 3 with my brother Villamir, and we were doing it very successfully. Baldur's Gate 3 is not so bad. We were about to enter. We were getting ready to enter Act 3. We were at the Nighthold, or the Night Song. So we were getting there. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 we got a good handle on. Because there's certain classes that are just way overtuned in the game. Like, I've seen streams
I
of
tread a
people
path
in honor
unexplored.
mode playing it solo. No allies, no mods, running
Yeah,
it solo and
he
beating the
sacrificed.
game in honor mode
Rover, Master Helmsman,
with just a
status report.
tab.
By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal, living and breathing. Oh, well, there's a tricky question. The old place is so overgrown with foul wickedry, we'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long.
Reminds you of the speedrun. Yeah. Your words seem to knock the enforcers, or knock the officers out of their stupor. Air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. Hear someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under the stress. Adler cuffs the crying officer without even looking.
Restore the Fox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence.
Must have been Providence. It better have been the Emperor's, not someone else's. When they barged in here, the ones with the Master of Whispers, some officers charged them, but it wasn't even a fight. I grabbed whoever I could and dragged them behind the cogitators. Then, I prayed for our rescue.
But I mean, like, when it comes to speedrunners, another reason why you'll never see me speedrun is because I don't like to use glitches, if I can help it. And anytime I've ever seen anybody do a speedrun and it's like, oh, I made this record doing a speedrun, they do the wackiest game-breaking glitches. And I just can't stand it. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell is constantly changing while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true, surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire. Other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. Voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears. This voice booms with all the horrors of the warp.
Did you stand in the path of another's destiny only to steal it? You accepted the call of the primordial truth and claimed that fate as your own. So be it. I wove the threads of destiny and held out my hand to you when the flame arose in your path. You took it, and in doing so, sealed your fate. In the future, you will repay me for this boon in full.
It resonates and merges with the voices that have already dug their fell roots into your subconsciousness. A moment later, you realize all these voices are the myriad manifestations of the same call that has finally invaded your mind. You're the one that's behind all that's happening here, the one who addressed me, guided out of the flames. Oi, Biblet! What are you up to?
Merely one part of it reached out to you. And answer you did. You could become the new champion.
The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy. A relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured, and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day. the day of my resurrection.
Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come.
Ain't getting a heretical up in here. To get heretical up here, Pipplip. You've been chilling? Well, thank you for chilling. You've been here with the band hammer ready in case somebody stepped out of line, and I appreciate that.
Help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me.
The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine.
Dude, Pipplip, I had to actually ban somebody a couple days ago during the afternoon stream. Somebody had to chat and immediately started trying to start shit. I had to actually ban somebody.
The Vox signal is stable, which means...
The Navigator gave his life battling the storm
Yeah,
that nearly claimed
I was playing Path of
the
Exile.
flagship. We will honor his memory, along with that of all who died this day.
Which, by the way, tomorrow afternoon, if you want to join, we're gonna be doing a Warhammer Online. It's free.
Seneschal, we could tell us now. Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty.
Some modders
to inform
picked
you
it up after
with the
EA
greatest
abandoned
regret
it, and they've
indelible
been
sorrow that
doing
Lord
balances,
Captain
and they added a
Theodora von
dungeon to the
Valances is dead.
game.
May her memory never
So
fade
I want to
from the
see
annals of the dynasty.
how populated the server is. If we can get some good PvP going on in the game.
By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin
You should check it
who
out.
could challenge this decision.
For an MMO, it has my favorite way of doing PvP that any game actually has ever done. They did world PvP in that game so well, and I really wish that another MMO would have copied it and picked up that mantle.
It is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the Warrant of Trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live.
Been playing PoE 2 level 26 month? Nice!
The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
Yeah, tomorrow I'm going to roll as a kind of like a melee hunter tank, because in Warhammer Online it's called the Return of Reckoning. But that was the first game that allowed for units not to be able to pass through each other, and tanking in PvP was done so beautifully because you have to like siege castles and take watchtowers and stuff like that, and your tanks can actually form an actual shield wall in PvP, just going shoulder to shoulder using a shield brace ability that the enemies can't get through, and you have a whole bunch of bonuses to damage reduction. You just plant there, hacking away at enemies while your range shoot over your characters' heads, while the healers are hitting the enemy to heal you. Yeah, it's really strategic, and that's in the world PvP, because world PvP is unlimited, so you can have like 50 and 60 v60s trying to push the line, stuff like that. Yeah.
Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius.
Like up to level 15, if I remember right, like up to level 15, 16, it's just standard WoW type PvP. But then like once you hit like the mid game, you start getting into like sieges and tower capturing and shit like that.
Yet hope remained. For the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived. At the cost of many sacrifices made by the Lord Captain in the name of his own ambitions.
And while they have a healer that is a regular healer, It also was the game that introduced DPS healers, as in you could only heal if you've DPS the enemy first. Something that WoW tried to change Discipline Priest to, and then got scared because it messed with their PvE too much and made the not deal any damage anymore. But in Warhammer Online, you could just be like, no, I have this hammer, I'm going to crack you across the skull with it, then I'm going to heal the tank to full because I just broke your jaw. Deep shadows of weariness can be seen on Abelard's face. The old officer's eyes are keen. They rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, muttering something, then nods himself. Well then, your lordship. You can't help but notice the Seneschal does not know how to talk to you, or where to begin. Hesitation brings an involuntary smirk to your face, as though someone else entirely is gloating at the old officer's confusion. Seeing a smile, Abelard pulls himself together. You must now hold your first officer's briefing, your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputy, while others go unfilled entirely. Now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crews. Came out in 2008, you were 5 at the time. Because they were retarded about when they released it. Because you gotta think, 2008 was when WoW's Burning Crusade expansion was out, which was amazing the entire time of the expansion. It didn't have a low point. And they decided to release Warhammer Online literally a month before Wrath of the Lich King dropped. It was like 1 or 2 months before Wrath of the Lich King dropped. And so people played it. It had a lot of players playing it. And then Wrath of the Lich King came out and everybody left because everybody had pre-ordered Wrath of the Lich King. And Wrath of the Lich King was like the pinnacle of expansions that WoW ever put out, with the exception of maybe Legion. So they put it out right before the most hyped expansion came out, and it had high PC spec requirements for the time. So yeah, they did that, plus they gave it higher than normal PC specs at the time. So people with average PCs struggled to run it. And when you're and I'm talking and when people's PCs are struggling to kind of run it, and then you have 160 players in one battle at one time, because you have 2 full 40-man groups going against each other on each side, and the servers wouldn't be able to handle it because they weren't expecting players to band together like that. And then by the time people started getting tired of Wrath of the Lich King by like this .2 patch or whatever, whatever company it was that made it had already sold it to EA, and EA was just maintaining it to teach the people how to maintain an MMO because they were working on Star Wars: The Old Republic, and they bought out and they just dumped a whole bunch of money to buy out Warhammer Online to use as training wheels for their support staff. And then when Star Wars: The Old Republic was released, they kind of just completely abandoned the game. But they failed anyway, because Star Wars: The Old Republic was buggy as shit anyway. Yeah, it was a really good game that just wasn't executed properly at all. You had narcissistic developers who went and thought it was like a good point to say that their game was spec intensive, locking players out of an MMO, and then released it right before WoW's expansion. And I was saying, like, if they had released it like 3 months after Wrath of the Lich King, it would probably still be around today. Like, they probably would have continued and been able to grow. Because like I remember like 3 months in, 2 or 3 months into Wrath of the Lich King, maybe 4 months into Wrath of the Lich King, I was looking at playing something else because Wrath of the Lich King was really great, but I remember liking Warhammer Online more. But by that point, it was already bought out by EA. Check that off here? No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him, and they've mutineers who may still be skulking on the ship's main corridors. But frankly, not be surprised to hear that they're now one shell short. Afraid there'll be some time before he answers for all he's wrought. But I mean, it's a story as old as time, just like with Rise of the Ronin that came out this year. Re-released on the exact same day as Dragon's Dogma 2, with no hype. Even though it is a superior game to Dragon's Dogma 2, in my opinion. Abelard, altogether more pressing problem. I don't want to be rogue trader. I didn't mean to click on that. Let's go on to pressing matters. Wise decision. How do you lose this many officers? We know how we lost so many officers. It's because there was the Vaudevere. Freaking took things by the balls. I mean, I just played through Dragon's Dogma 2 for a second time. The classes, it's not so much the world that had me invested as playing as the specific class that had me invested. But even still, by the time I was finished with the game, I was trying to like, okay, let's just wrap this up because they're not really offering me anything. Like, I had taken on probably the hardest challenges outside of the like post game within the first 12 hours of the game. As big as the map was, there wasn't enough variety and there wasn't enough difficulty in the map, especially when you can get like the strongest gear in the game really quickly, and the enemies that were around where you can get to the strongest gear weren't that challenging. There's like a Gore Minotaur which you could circumvent, and then there was a Golem, and that was about it. Give me the ones. Tell me who's present here, Abelard. His wish, lordship. Points to a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain many implants as it does flesh. Victus Otto the Tolman line. Or do Voxmaster. They'd add some. They might with the DLC. I'm not sure if they're continuing to work on DLC or not from it. We haven't heard anything. It's an honor to serve you, lordship. Voxmaster offers a deep bow. Aboard the vessel, you have at your command thousands of crew members, hundreds of officers, and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as the external sources. I am your eyes and your mouth, Lord Captain. Beside her is Raver, Master Helmsman. Steers the ship, because that's what a helmsman does. Hail, Lord Captain. Your ship's good home to me, as good as home to me. So rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. Lastly, a High Factorum Janris Danrock, who oversees supplies procurement and the general material well-being of the ship. This is a guy that lets you respec characters as well as handles all merchant trade, so that way you don't have to go to each individual merchant anywhere. Literally just groups them all up under one tab, which is super convenient. In the second row, you have 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital function. Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery. The Infernus Master, whose crew work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship. Lastly, the Drives Master, server of the Omnissiah. And you will never interact with any of those people. Fortunately, the Choir Master, esteemed Zachary Weiss, head of the Astropath section, is unable to join us. He's in charge of communications with distant star systems. Master Weiss has been in a trance for some time now, attempting to contact the other planets in the Von Valentius Protectorate and inform them of Lady Theodora's passing and Kumar Vofir's treachery. Deliver a report to your lordship on the Astropath's progress as soon as it is possible to do so. Equally regrettable that two more individuals worthy of mention could not join us at the briefing. Master of Arms and Confessor Adalbert. Eminent Adalbert will see to the funeral services being held for the fallen officers, of whom there are too many for him to take leave from the chapel. Mr. Sarabach, who has replaced her late predecessor, Master at Arms, currently leading the search for any surviving agents of Warrior. Although the President are adjutants, secretaries, and deputies. Oh! That guy didn't used to have a picture! This guy's new. This entire character here is new. Yes, Lord Captain. I can report all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. Preliminary damage assessment in terms of material losses and crew casualties have been completed. Results have been submitted to the Seneschal in the High Victorum. Post passed to him, the previous Infernus Master and his next deputy has expired in the line of duty. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. Guys, we're trying to replace trade routes, be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, the Riken Minoris. However, the planet, whole system in fact, belongs to Winterscale Rogue Dynasty. Cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I'm powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the rogue trader. AKA, he can't establish trade negotiations. Somebody gifted. Yeah, oh, you missed that whole thing. Yeah, so the last two nights, Piplip, me and Amethyst, were doing collab streams. I was teaching her how to play Path of Exile 1, and the Dawn came in, and he was enjoying our stream and our banter and our back and forth, and then just went on a subbing spree. He subbed us each like 220, 230 subs. Each. It was absolutely insane. I'm still in shock by it. I'm still in shock by it. Like it's that vote of it makes you feel like you can be successful at this when that happens. It made me feel like, oh man, I must have something going on if somebody's giving me that kind of money and enjoying it that much. It's yeah, like I don't know what to say about that. It's so nice. I'm just overly appreciative of it. We were having fun with it too. It wasn't like he was just giving it, we were ignoring it. We were having a blast with it. I feel like I have a lot more fun streaming when I'm collabing with Amethyst. And I'm hoping that when I collab with other people, like when I collab with Autumn tomorrow night, that I'll have just as much fun. I'm hoping. Crossing my fingers. Captain, foes that set upon this noble voyage should destroy repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed, thank the Messiah, but its spirit mourns its dead brethren. Not yet identified the prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. With great sorrow, I must also report that the Engineer Prime, Overseer and Spirituality Authority of all tech boosts on board, fell in battle. Magus was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him. It was a terrible loss. No one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of fallen Magus. We require replacement as soon as possible. Yeah, dude, we were averaging like 18 to 27 viewers between the two of us. Because it combines our stream total, and even with all the scuff I had yesterday, um, yeah, we were up in the 20s for our viewer count. And then she was getting even more viewers, because she was also streaming on TikTok, which I won't do. By the way, when they say a Magos, think about Magos in terms of Catholic Church as being like an archbishop, like one or two steps below. Like there's a Magos and then there's the Archmagos, and like the Archmagos is pretty much like Pope level. This guy's like, we had an Archbishop and he died during the whole attack. And we can't use the warp drive if we don't get another Magos on board. See, this person still doesn't have a picture. My job's simple: maintain arsenal on fire when I'm told. Scan one. Got no able crew. No Lord Captain. Master orders, you forget yourself. So what? Comes the officer's hostile and bitter reply. As if a dam had burst inside and all his pent-up emotions were rushing at him. Ship's in ruins. Every second officer's dead. Now we got a Green Lord Captain who's supposed to lead us to the void knows where. Silence! Bridge's magnificent glass panes seemed to tremble under the force of Haldor's roar. Enforcers, seize this mutineer! Evelyn grunts. If only one officer had the whole lives fallen to pieces, it's not bad at all. Your lordship, do humbly apologize on behalf of the entire crew. What do you have us do with the Master of Ordnance? Former Master of Ordnance, I should say. Besides find a replacement. That is, for we already have one lined up. Execute him! Consider it done. Take him away. You know what? He said I suck. Just off with him. The brilliant laughter of the Master of Orders reverberates around the bridge as he is led to his fate. We need a navigator and we need an engine seer prime. Otherwise, we ain't doing nothing. Just so happens there's a navigator space station in this sector, so good for us. Sharp of pain lances through your skull, though, as if response to what you just learned. You understand that it's not the God Emperor you should thank for such good fortune. The words of the demon that appeared before you during the translation to real space echo in your mind. I am the will of the Weaver of Destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. Anytime they're talking about changes, think the changer ways. Think Zeech. If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. Slightly less shitty news. We can go round and round the system till our heads are swimming, as long as Prometheum and supplies last. If any thick as rock shit lowlives come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out, so don't you worry on that score. Bear in mind, this will not be the end of our trials. Ship systems must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at Footfall Station, home to the only dockered in the section. But we will never reach Footfall without first solving these three immediate problems. Cool, thanks. Everybody out. Your Lordship, one other thing. Confidential matter of the utmost importance, Lady Theodora. Your eternally esteemed predecessor brought the ship here to this system for a reason. She's given a secret commission. Perhaps you're wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader. to do anything, I shall tell you. The Lord Inquisitor, hand of the Emperor, chief architect of his will in the Coronis Expanse. Yeah, I know. Found the little handwritten letter in her desk, was signed XC. Referring to that? Yes, quite right, XC. Xavier Calcazar. The Theodora is to seek out Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Heinrich von Kallax. Interrogator, you understand. All I know is he's somewhere in this system. We must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, then deliver him to Footfall in the Furbundus system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed. But an Inquisitor is an important individual. Authorities in the system, either the Novice Nobilite or the Governor of Riker Minoris, may know something. That is all of it, your lordship. Great deal of work ahead of you. Mere taste of the daily burden of the rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the Von Valerius Protectorate. Gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you'll hold out under this mountain of problems. Face softens slightly. Seems about to offer some words of encouragement. Adira, Sister Argenta, explain yourselves. Sister Bow grimly nods towards Adira. The Psyker is suffering some ailment. What dark madness. She insists on seeing the rogue trader, and judged it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Sister Argenta's voice sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request. We could wait. Speak with me when you have the time, rogue trader. Deer's glazed eyes rove over those assembled. One word burst from her lips. Daybreak. Abelard, bring the witch to heel. Last, cease your buffoonery immediately and report the reason for your intrusion. Damn it! Your lordship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future. It hit me so hard, head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way. I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. Single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Or maybe it's dawn, and it's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? Cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Lass? No, not yet anyway. Voice is going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make any sense of it. As I know or sense anything, I'll report it out. Right? Captain, want me to take a closer look into the future? Find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions. I'm sure you would benefit from them as well. Alright, nothing else, I gotta get to work. Do this.
Rogue trader.
Sister looks tired. There are dark circles under her eyes. Her hair is somewhat disheveled, and she moves like she's a little on edge.
I indeed have a request, Rogue Trader. The accursed servants of Chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valancius territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the rogue trader could meet with the orphans?
Yeah, it's strange that you said 2008, because I was thinking, like, I remember this game, but it didn't dawn on me that the game is as old as it is, 2008. You were 5 at the time. Makes me feel old. What good would meeting them do?
These children are the future of your crew, and one day, they too will have to stand against evil and heresy as their parents did. By meeting them, by speaking the right words to them, you will honor the memory of the fallen heroes and light the way to heroes in the making. They will always remember the day they met the rogue trader. Besides, it will bolster the orphan's spirits, help them recover from their loss, which can be hard for someone so young.
Okay, chat. Yay or nay? Should we take the time out of our busy schedule to meet with the orphans, or brush it aside and send them a thank you note? Remember, we're going the heretical route here. You guys pick 2 through 5. Here are the options. If anybody can't read them, I will read them out for you. But the first person to pick a number is what I will go with. Because I'm leaning number 2 or number 4 right now, personally. I will go number 4 here. Everybody seems to be lurking and chilling, which means we keep on trucking.
As you wish, Rogue Trader. Greetings. I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the cultist attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, where crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I had barely recovered from my wounds when the cultists struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations. On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse, no one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard. It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them. Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more. And it's bound to happen someday.
Yes, I'm sure Lady Theodora fought them off, and that they just barely skirted away, even though Lady Theodora had a heretical gun in her inventory. Speaking of heretical, we have this heretical ad coming in for those who aren't sub to the channel. It's going to be coming in hot in a minute.
The path to that
It'll be the
planet
last
was
ad of the
lost.
stream.
All the knowledge is
So we have
gone,
that to look
along
forward
with
to.
the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the von Valancia's protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared. As you wish. About me. I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
Me? I don't have a backstory. Stop prying.
There are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. We... I beg your pardon, Rogue Trader. Here I am talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about?
The Ecclesiarchy is the church of the Imperium.
None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the Ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy. It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words, more often than not with a bolter. Even the novices of the Adeptus Sororitas are drawn from among the most worthy. Those who have taken the vows and become a full-fledged sister are the best of the best, tested by trials of body and spirit. Yes, there have been cases when a sister stumbled or showed weakness, but do not expect to hear a story of depravity or downfall from me. Each such occurrence is a great
she
tragedy
won't.
for us
She
all.
won't
Light
falter
cannot bear the
ever.
smallest speck of darkness
Never
within.
ever.
And thus those who have
Never
trespassed
ever.
or shown weakness
Never
of
ever.
spirit are given a chance at redemption. They are called Sisters Repentia, and may the enemy tremble before her, for nothing can stop a sister of battle who yearns to be cleansed of fault and weakness.
And yeah, it's like out of tens of thousands of Sisters Repentia, there's only been a handful that make it back.
Wearing nothing but robes,
That I know of.
no
That I know of.
armor,
There might be more.
eviscerator in hand. Those sisters who have once faltered find repentance on the battlefield. Their lives are seldom long, but a death in the name of purgation is a better fate than to live with a shadow in one's soul.
So, for those of you who are interested, the Sisters Redemption is exactly what she said. I'm not sure if you caught that. They go into battle naked with a chainsword in hand and nothing else except their faith in the God Emperor. On the front line of battle. And those who survive are then considered redeemed after multiple battles like that. There's been a few that have succeeded,
My novitiate,
which is kind
I
of
was sent
crazy.
to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Orders Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate. And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful.
Wait a minute. This order is not one of the orders of the militant. How are you so trained?
Don't let the name deceive you. The Order's militant trains sisters to march onto the battlefield as an army. That does not make sisters who belong to the non-militant orders timid and helpless. Both the solace-bringing Sisters Hospitaller and the enlightened Sisters Dialogus know how to greet enemies of humanity. Their dialogue with heretics is usually quite short, with the last word being a bolter discharge. And my order has all the more reason to be known for the martial prowess of its sisters. We are the keepers of the Imperium's relics. What would become of our blessed hero's legacy if the Sisters Pronatus could not protect it? The Order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Parson Mr. Wayne, the station's founder. Should any more arise?
Alright. So that's one person. We got two more people to talk to right now. If you want me to skip the individual talking like this, I will. Because it's like 2 a.m. and I'm starting to zone out from it all. You saw I was already spaced out. I was checking my phone real quick. Oh, she got a picture too. Jocasta didn't used to exist either. This whole person didn't used to exist. Let's see, her family comes from Dragonis. Why is he here? Because her cousin Macarius cannot stand him, but the feeling is mutual. We can hardly be in the same room together, so I jumped on the opportunity to become your enforcer. Just to thank my noxious cousin for nudging me towards the best decision of my life. Serve you with all my heart and wish for no other fate than this one. Inherited by armor from the previous master of arms. Like the esteemed seneschal, he left the navy to serve Lady Theodora. For quite a few officers with him established a tradition. Upon death or resignation of an enforcer, his or her armor would be passed on to a fellow officer who had distinguished themselves in the course of their duties. I was awarded armor in this way my time. And upon the death of my predecessor, I inherited his personal armor. I don't trust the other officers, but I don't trust anyone. Mistress Tallman has too much power and will surely be tempted to start deciding for herself what information to share with the crew on your behalf and what to withhold. Rather, it's closely intertwined with the ship's systems, which opens up plenty of opportunities for sabotage. He must be watched. As for Downrack, forgive me, but a man of his size and habits cannot help but steal. About Abelar. Seneschal is a model of competence and fidelity. All the officers and enforcers look up to him with gratitude. A grimace of fierce devotion takes hold of Cyberk's face, for she abruptly grits her teeth and continues. All the more distressing to see years have not been kind to the deeply respected master of Persarian. Soon, there will be no rejuvenate treatment that can save him from the mistakes inherent in such an advanced age. But we are ever watchful. It will be there to stay the trembling hand of the honored veteran if need be. Yeah, humans in the 40k universe live to be like 150. Because they have technology that keeps them, like, vital. Like, 80 is the new 30 for them. Russia has graceful concerns that certain crew members indulge in. Those who whisper about your so-called apostasy from the Emperor are all traitors. Courage with which you ignore the opinions of others deserves admiration. There's fire in the black depths of her gaze. She could, she would devour you whole with her sidelong glances. But she hates you! She secretly hates you. Okay. Good to know that she's gonna try and unalive me at some point.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
About your abilities. You're a Psyker. Psykers are only granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing. Have you ever been to Terra?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut, if it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship. And my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
Did you know Von Vlacius
None
well?
of the officers knew the Lord Captain well. Not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Only when I was asked. It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice.
What's it like being a Psyker here, dear?
Lord Captain, forgive me, but it would be like talking to a person born blind about colors. I could spend hours explaining, but it wouldn't make any sense to you. Every Psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it.
What happens if you burst this door open?
Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through. Trust me. I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight.
Okay, how do you go with theory voices in your head?
Habit, and a little Amasek and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks.
Amasek is whiskey,
If you
by the
put all
way.
those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow. Only
How do you deal with the
losers who are
voice in your head?
afraid of
Oh,
their
you know, I
own
get
gift
drunk.
lose control. Or idiots who never figure out what they are before it's too late. Or little kids who want to play around with their shiny new toy. If you don't know the limits of your abilities, or you're always bouncing around in your own head, that's a recipe for disaster. All right, that's what I'm here for after all. So, I'm just going to lean on that door in my head a little more, prick up my ears, and listen to what the warp's got to say about you. If you allow it, I can listen right now.
Sure, tell me my fate.
All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you.
Dear Laz rubs her hands together and suddenly freezes with a vacant smile on her face. Her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appearing on your skin. Collar begins to waver ever so slightly. It's moved by a breeze from a half-open door.
Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. She draws the brush across the canvas and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint, but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained.
I know who she's talking about there. I know
Among
exactly who she's
the
talking about there. I
blind
won't say
men and
that.
false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, Rogue Trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion.
I know who she's talking about with that one. Which party member she's talking about?
A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. A chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord?
I know that one too.
The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it?
I know who she's talking about there.
I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
There are 2 characters, 2 party members, that she doesn't give insight to.
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices.
There are 2 characters that she doesn't give insight to. That's interesting.
The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head. Lyra.
Wait, Dio just called Argenta a heretic.
Stars region. In the Coronis Expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best. It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between 2 faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win, from poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me. But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
I want to pay attention.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, alright?
She had a migraine, and her magical powers melted the entire cabin room next door.
Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in
Because
honor
if they
of
don't
our
have that
national
mental fortitude on lock, and she doesn't,
I did the same thing
then
I do
weird
here,
shit
Lord Captain.
happens.
Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra. There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psychers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just adopt
Of course
them.
I'm winning.
Take me, for instance.
I'm not dead yet. I forgot that the tutorial is like 4 hours long.
Something off about me. The ruling dynasties had
I'm getting
schools where they
tired.
trained us
Dude, I've been
and
up
beat
since 8
us
o'clock
black
this morning.
and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me.
We'll be
you
picking
know.
this up either
Some
Saturday or
people
Sunday.
cross
Probably
the
Sunday.
line
I think
and were out
Saturday
of
night I'm going to be
commission
doing
before their
Battle of
time.
Exile.
Theodora von Valancius paid a visit
Then we'll
to
be
the ruler
finishing
I was
up
serving at the
Dira's
time.
conversation here,
I don't know what the
and then
visit
calling
was
it for the start
It's
of
no
this
business of
playthrough.
mine anyway.
Pick this up on Sunday night.
I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too.
Like last night, my internet the internet trouble that I was having, I literally worried
As I
myself so
thought
much
that
I made myself sick.
all of a
And I was
sudden I
sick this
heard a
morning.
whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I
Tomorrow
seized my
afternoon
chance
is
and
going to be
approached
fun though.
Theodora. I managed
I'm
to
actually
whisper
looking
a
forward to
couple of
playing
words in
Return to
her ear before
Reckoning.
the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then Theodora's people came for me. They broke
Listen,
down the
I'm
wall,
really
butchered the
hoping
guards.
that the game
Also,
is
I could tell them
is
my
densely
warning in
populated.
full. So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back
At
to
least
my old
moderately
life.
populated, I'd be happy.
And so I entered the service of the Fan Valancius dynasty. A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can, after some Amisec. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy.
I like how she just met me and she's like, I'll follow you everywhere.
Of course, Lord Captain. Of course.
Yeah. I think I'm starting to fall asleep here. And so if I were to keep playing, I'd be wanting to like sit dialogue stuff because I'm getting so tired. So we're going to call it here for the night. And tomorrow afternoon we'll be doing Warhammer Online Return of Reckoning. We'll be doing that with Tyveris. He'll be in the Discord with me. Anybody else who wants to join in game, definitely feel free to. The more the merrier. I linked the download, the free download, in the Discord. There we go. And so if anybody wants to join, we're doing that tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow night, we'll be doing the collab with Autumn and Kat and Amethyst, doing Baldur's Gate 3. And then Saturday afternoon, we'll, depending on how tomorrow afternoon goes, we'll probably be doing more Warhammer Online. And the Saturday night, we'll be doing Path of Exile. But that's the tentative schedule. Thank you all for lurking and watching and hanging out to the end of the stream. I'm gonna go pass out. I'll catch y'all later.